Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, everyone is doing well. And good morning to all our viewers. We are reporting live from Kini Cricket Ground. It's the second match of the 5-match T20I series between India and Sri Lanka. India have taken an early 1-0 lead. They've drawn the first blood. Kanur really set the tone with the bat for India in the last game. And then Majid was destructive with his bowling. Sri Lanka have a point to prove, that's for sure. And they have won the toss today, and they've asked India to have a bat first. So the first time in the series, we'll see them ball first. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about their business. And there is some moisture in the surface. That's the discussion we had at the coin toss. There is quite a lot of grass coverage, a little bit of dampness as well. There was some dew overnight, and there could be assistance for the quicker bowlers. So Sri Lankan seamers will be licking their lips That's for sure. Right then, first ball of match number 2 coming up. Fernando with the ball in hand. In the air this time, and he's found the gap. Boundary straight away. India are up and running here at Kinney Cricket Ground. The great sound of the bat, and quite sweetly he's timed that through the cover region. India get off the mark with the boundary first ball. And that's the shot. That's the boundary. Excellent placement on that occasion. And straight away pressure on Sri Lanka. Short ball this time, a top edge, goes up in the air, but it will fall safely between the two converging fielders. They'll come back for the second run. Yogendra didn't quite look comfortable against the short delivery. Isru just catches him off guard, but fortunately for Yogendra, the ball landed safely in no man's land. Got away with it though. Short and wide, cut away, outside edge, and a wicket in the very first over. Yogendra Bhandoria was looking to get a bit of a move on. He was getting into his work, and he flashes hard at that one, gets a thick outside edge, and the slip fielder makes no mistake. And Sri Lanka get the early wicket they were hoping for. It's 6 for 1, and Isru strikes in his very first over of his spell. So Nikhil Manas, the new man in, he struggled yesterday a little bit when he came to bat. He still made a decent contribution of 19 or 20 odd runs, but it came at a very slow rate. And now he's walking out to bat very early. Not sure if he was expecting his number this soon, but Sri Lanka have struck. They needed wickets up front, and that was a good effort ball from Isru Fernando. There was pace, there was bounce, a little bit of movement away off the surface, and that's what did the trick for him and for Sri Lanka. He's got his tail up halfway through the first over, 6 runs on the board. We've seen a few runs, but more importantly, we've seen a wicket for the visitors. So it's Isru Fernando to Nikhil Manhas. Let's see how the matchup unfolds. Cut away this time, width on offer, straight to the fielder at point. He saved a certain boundary for his side. That was struck at lightning pace. Nikhil Manas looking at the toe end of his bat. Probably didn't really get it out of the middle of the bat, but still a good shot, but for no run. Oh, steep bounce on that occasion. Another effort delivery from Isuru Fernando, just back of a length. and just beating the outside edge of Manhas's bat. That ball just climbed onto him. Good delivery. And his teammates realize that he's getting into his zone, and they're just encouraging him. And why not? They've got off to such a good start. They got rid of Yoginder, who was very destructive at the top of the order in the first T20I game. He's back in the hut. Sri Lanka have some hope. Now, was there an edge again? Maybe not. Ball shaping away from the right-handed batter. An excellent first over for Sri Lanka. It's 6 for 1 after 1. So that was a successful over from Isuru Fernando. Yes, he went for a few runs. He was greeted with the boundary first ball, but then he redeemed himself and got rid of Yoginder, had the final laugh. It's 6 for 1, and the Sri Lankan captain is interested. Certainly he's looking very interested at the moment. First signs of spin. This is an interesting move from the Lankan skipper. Akram comes into ball the second over of the innings with the new ball. Left arm spin. First signs of spin in this match. Starts off with a back of a length delivery. Just couldn't get that one away. Straight to the fielder at point. Akram just needs to pitch it up a little bit. Maybe attack the stumps. Let the ball do the talking. The new ball is possibly going to skid through on this grass deck. I don't think he's going to get too much turn with the new ball. But if he can keep it wicket to wicket at the stumps, and the new ball skids through at decent pace, he could be in business. He could bring LBW and Bold into play, and if he can get to spin the ball even better, much better. This ball just coming back with the arm, very close to the stumps, and well negotiated by Rajesh Kannur. Rajesh Kannur was the demolition man for India in the last game, but this is a different situation. India batting first. They are in some trouble early on, and he's not opened his account, so he will feel the pressure a little bit. Tucks it away on the leg side, and Kannur opens his account with a single. Nicely tossed up, much fuller this time from Akram, and they have stolen a quick single, and that's what running between the wickets can do to you. It can put so much pressure on the close-in fielders, and on that occasion you could clearly see mid-on was charging towards the ball, and he couldn't quite collect the ball cleanly enough. Just a couple of singles in this over. Tidy start from Akram, but I feel the Sri Lankan captain should have used his pacers with the new ball. Now he's got that away once again, but straight to the fielder. Another single. What I want the Sri Lankan captain to do is to give his quicker bowlers a go with the new ball. Fernando was brilliant with the ball in the first over. Akram not so bad, but in my opinion he could have been introduced slightly later, at a later stage, But the ball is new, the surface has a lot of grass, there's moisture. Why not give your quicker bowlers a go? Maybe he's got a plan up his sleeve. He wants to mix it up a little bit early on, keep the Indian batters guessing. Nicely tossed up. A bit of a misfield by the fielder at extra cover. It's trickling away towards the boundary, and it eventually makes it to the boundary. 4 runs to finish the over. Akram's first over got ruined just a little bit with that boundary. It's 13 for 1 after 2. And that's the shot he played. Nicely tossed up, and just a gentle push through extra cover. A desperate attempt by the fielder though, but he just could not keep the ball in play. So Isuru Fernando to continue. We just had a look at his figures. Excellent figures. He's got off to a good start with the ball. And he's certainly brewing in confidence, that's for sure. Gets beaten first up. And just reminding all our viewers about the sponsors who made this historic event possible. The first ever bilateral T20I series between the two teams. The series is proudly organized by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spokes Sports and Entertainment. And a special mention of thanks to SSEN, our official streaming platform, for bringing us all this live coverage. Nicely driven, and the fielder at cover puts the dive in and saves a few runs for his side. A good looking shot, but just couldn't get it past the infield. That's the shot he played. How sweetly he timed that, but brilliant piece of fielding effort by the fielder at cover. Had he not put the dive in, the ball would have trickled away to the boundary for a 4. That was so nicely struck on the front foot. Plays it through the offside as he found the gap. He has, but there's a fielder in the deep who cuts it off. Cut away this time, and between the two fielders, a bit of a misfield. They'll take the first run. They're running hard for the second, and they eventually complete the second run with ease. A rare instance of sloppy fielding from Sri Lanka that should have been stopped and should have just been a single. But they've given away 2 runs. Isru Fernando searching for his second wicket. Down the leg side this time, just gets his radar wrong. Wide will be signalled, and it'll be an additional run for Team India as well. Lobs it in the air, and he's not quite found the gap. The fielder at deep fine leg collects it on the bounce. First signs of aggression being shown here by Nikhil Manas. Gets away with it. A risky shot. Probably would have been very worried as soon as he hit the ball in the air. Score moves on to 20. This is turning out to be yet another productive over for the home side. And they've got 7 runs in this over with a delivery to go. Rajesh Kanur on strike. Pulls it away on the leg side. And good stop. Excellent stop near the boundary ropes. That ball had 4 written all over it. And he's certainly saved some valuable runs for his side there. It's 21 for 1 after 3. So India just accelerating a little bit after the fall of an early wicket. They responded well after losing their first wicket, after losing Yoginder very early in the first over. 21 on the board. Scoring rate looking very healthy at this stage. Akram to continue. He's just getting his field right, and he's just got to work on his length a little bit. He shouldn't be too short or too full. Now he's chipped that in the air. Now has he got the fingers underneath the ball? Was that a fair catch? Maybe not. The ball just couldn't quite carry to the fielder. But a false shot from Rajesh Kanur, that's for sure. And a nicely tossed up delivery, enticing Kanur to play the big shot, and he almost fell for it. Slogs it away in the air and into the gap, and this will race away to the boundary for a 4. He tried to repeat a similar shot early on, did not succeed on this occasion. He was able to find the gap, and look at that, he's played that in the air though. But there was a lot of gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and he was able to bisect the gap quite perfectly. 25 on the board. Much fuller on the pads this time, tucked away. And you just get a feeling now India is getting a move on here. They're getting into their work, and they're turning the tide in their favor, and you can see some momentum building, that's for sure. Some momentum, some positive momentum for Team India. Akram has been hit for 2 boundaries in his spell. Very good delivery, but they've stolen a single there, and that's a very frustrating thing for any spinner. You ball a very good delivery, but you still give away a run. I mean, if you ball a poor delivery and you go for runs, that's another thing. But if you ball a very good delivery, a nicely tossed up delivery at the stumps, and the batter is still able to negotiate you, it just frustrates you a little bit if you're a spinner. I've been there myself. I've also been a spinner in my formative years, and it would just frustrate me a lot when the batters would be able to sort of knock me around for singles. He's got that one away, very fine towards fine leg, and another single. So after that boundary, the 2 batters, Nikhil and Rajesh, are rotating the strike quite effortlessly. 7 runs in this over so far, and you can see the projected score around 146, which is going to be a very healthy score, mind you, on this surface. Sri Lanka managed to score 123 yesterday, and the game almost went down to the wire. So anything above that will surely challenge the team batting second. A bit of a misfield once again by the fielder at point. They have taken a run, a productive over for India. 8 runs coming off it. It's 29 for 1 after 4. That's our streaming partner, SSEN, and then some sponsors who've made this event a huge success. They are the sponsors, our associate partners, contributing to their fullest. So first bowling change for Sri Lanka. Udara Indrajit comes into the attack for the first time. So Udara running into ball. Right arm gentle medium pace and beats the outside edge of Nikhil's bat straight away. Excellent line, excellent length. A touch fuller in my liking. But he did invite Nikhil Manas to play that drive and almost created an opportunity there for his side. You've got to be careful while driving the ball on the up on this surface, which has quite a lot of grass coverage. There's moisture, assistance for the quicker bowlers, ball being very new. Once again, play and a miss from Nikhil Manhas. Similar delivery, wanted to play a similar type of shot, but he misses out on the drive. 2 consecutive dot deliveries to start with. Uses his feet, slogs it away in the air towards the leg side region. Very little protection on the leg side, and he picks up a boundary. What a shot, a mesmerizing shot from Nikhil Manas. And the way he's picked that one up, he's made the shot look so easy. Not an easy shot to execute, especially when there's space on at the pads. He was certainly cramped for room, but he was able to outsmart the bowler brilliantly on that occasion. Udara has something to think about now. That was not a very bad delivery at all by any means, but Nikhil Manas was still able to put that one away towards the boundary. Now then, beats the outside edge of his bat. Once again, he struggled. Nikhil Manas has certainly struggled against deliveries that are pitched outside off stump. We have seen him get beaten on 3 occasions, and I think that is what Udara needs to do consistently enough. He's got to pitch the ball up and possibly a little wide of Nikhil Manhas's reach, and that way he can sort of create an opportunity for his side. Anything too close, Nikhil Manas is going to put that away. Oh, is that an edge? Outside edge and gone. Udara strikes in his very first over. Nikhil Manas never really looked comfortable against Udara. Yes, he hit him for a boundary, but he was far from settled, and this one was a good length delivery. Just climbed onto him a little bit, got a faint feather through, and the keeper does the rest. Second wicket for Sri Lanka in this power play. It's 33 for 2. So Wasim Iqbal makes his way out to the middle. India have lost 2 quick wickets. They're scoring at a healthy rate, so they don't need to worry about the run rate. All they need to worry about is the number of wickets they've lost. Losing 2 wickets in the power play gives the bowling side a bit of a chance. So it's been an evenly poised passage of play for both sides giving it their all. India has had a go at the Lankan bowlers, got a few runs. Sri Lanka has also kept the home side in check by picking up 2 wickets. Wasim Iqbal has marked his guard and he'll be facing Uddara Indrajit. Last ball of the over coming up. Left alone this time. Very watchful Wasim Iqbal on that occasion. Successful over for Sri Lanka. 33 for 2 after 5. That's the prestigious trophy in which both teams are competing fiercely. So just as we wait for the next over, a quick reminder of our sponsors who made this historic event possible. This series has been organized proudly by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored jointly by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. We also like to convey our heartfelt thanks to SSEN, our official streaming platform, for bringing us all this live action. Now, back to reality. 1 over left in this power play. Wasim Iqbal punches it down the ground and he opens his account with a single. Nicely worked away past the fielder at square leg. An easy single there. And looks like it's Sri Lanka have made another bowling change. It's Gunaratne, I believe, who's bowling the last over of the power play. Yes, Gayan Gunaratne. I think he was very good with the ball yesterday. Sri Lanka went on to lose that game, but he was economical. Also picked up a wicket as well. And I don't think he conceded any boundary in his 4-over spell. These are his figures. Average just slightly on the higher side. But don't get fooled by his average, because he bowled really well yesterday. It really impressed me. The way he was extracting turn and bounce off the surface. He's bowling the right areas. And his captain, Dulan, would be wanting him to pick up a wicket here. This one has been clubbed down the ground over mid-off, and Rajesh Kanura has easily put that one away. Slightly overpitched from Gayan, goes aerial, but a safe enough shot because he was able to get quite a lot of elevation on that, and couple of bounces into the boundary for a 4. A safe enough shot, especially when you don't have long off in position. And score moves on to 39. Rajesh Kanur, being a thorn on their side, he is up for a fight, that's for sure. And Sri Lankans have found it very difficult whenever Rajesh Kanur has operated. Slightly on the shorter side, pulled away, and great bit of fielding by the fielder at cow corner. But a slight fumble allows Rajesh Kannur to convert the single into a couple. 8 runs in this over. Gayan has to somehow find a way to close out this over. Nicely tossed up, much wider on that occasion. A bit of an inside edge. And not a very convincing shot, but they'll pick up a single. After 6 overs, India are 42 for 2. So time to say thank you to our sponsors who made this event a huge success. The series proudly presented, correction, by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored jointly by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Sports and Entertainment. We'd also like to thank SSEN, our streaming platform, for bringing you this live coverage. Now then, back to live action with Dara Indrajit to continue. How good was he with the ball in his first over? Yes, he got hit for a 4, but that did not dampen his spirits one bit. He kept attacking, he was at it, and he was eventually rewarded with a wicket. Now, the fielding restrictions have been lifted, the power play is done. There could be more boundary riders, more fielders outside the inner ring. Slightly aerial and just falls short of the fielder at point. Rajesh Kannur going at it with hard hands. That's what resulted in a leading edge. Fortunately, the ball didn't quite carry to the fielder. Otherwise, it would have been an absolute calamity for Rajesh Kannur. He's once again getting into his zone. And just like his previous game, where he scored a century, he now has his eyes set on yet another milestone in today's fixture. He certainly got a start, and he can go on to convert that into a big one. Nicely balled on that occasion, a little straighter, and Wasim Iqbal just doing the right thing, defending it back to the bowler. Good use of the feet, but excellent ball from Udara Indrajit. He just follows him on that occasion, and the ball passes between the bat and pad. Wasim Iqbal just left clueless on that occasion. A flashy drive, playing miles outside his body, and Udara Indrajit has been very lethal with that kind of length, with that kind of line. He has resulted in a few false shots. He has induced a few false shots from the Indian batters. So they'll have to be careful. Wasim has to be careful. You don't want to be chasing a wide delivery. This time he just alters his length a little bit and gets his radar a little too straight. He keeps that one out. So 4 consecutive dot balls after that single. And Wasim Iqbal just not able to hit the ball in the gaps. And he's allowing the pressure to build on the home side. He's got to find a way to get off strike in this delivery, or possibly get a 4, which will settle some nerves. But this has been a good control over from Udara Indrajit. Tucks it away on the leg side. No one at mid wicket, and it'll just be a single. So just 2 runs of this over. Udara Indrajit being very, very tidy. It's 44 for 2 after 7. So a quick reminder to everyone about our sponsors who made this event a big success. It's a historic bilateral series between the two Asian giants. The series is organized by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. At the same time, we would like to thank SSE and our official streaming platform for bringing you all the live action. Now then, back to the game. Looks like Sri Lanka have made another bowling change. Apologies, it's Gayan who's going to continue. It's the same bowler. Best figures of 2 for 11. And I'm sure he can get better and better with each passing game. He's got the ability to spin the ball naturally. Got that one a little too full at the stumps. Punch towards long on for a single. Much better delivery. Just getting the ball to pitch on a fuller length, and Rajesh Kanur just hits it straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. Low full toss this time, and he has thumbed that away towards mid wicket, but brilliant piece of fielding effort by the fielder in the deep. We have seen quite a lot of action already. The fielder running to his left, avoiding a certain 4, and then quick running between the wickets between Iqbal and Kanur. There's plenty happening already. We are into the 8th over. Floated delivery outside off some, drags it away on the leg side. Just couldn't quite get the placement right. And they're running hard. Wasim Iqbal very quick between the wickets. Just could not get the placement right. There were 2 boundary riders on the leg side. The fielding from Sri Lanka has been good. A couple more possibly for India. Score moves on to 48. Slightly quicker in the air. There's an appeal. Turned down by the umpire. Possibly drifting down leg. But that was a good delivery and good variation of pace as well. Gayan has been floating it up, and all of a sudden he just, upped his pace and just fires it on the pads. May have missed the leg stump by some distance. Last ball of the over. Another quicker delivery. Straight at the stumps, turned away on the leg side, runs for Wasim Iqbal, but it will not make it to the boundary. The fielder had to put the dive in to save a potential 4 for his side, but they've taken 3 runs, and the 50 is up for India. I think it's 51 for 2 after 8 overs. Guys that one away. And brilliant piece of fielding by the fielder at point. Just as we do every time, we want to thank our sponsors again for making this event a huge success. The series is proudly presented by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. And we also like to thank SSEN, our official streaming platform, for bringing us this live coverage. Indrajit into his third over, leading edge. This has gone up in the air and just evades the fielder at short extra cover. They're running hard for the second, and they've taken 2 runs. That was a heart in the mouth kind of a moment for Rajesh Kanur. A lapse of concentration possibly from him. Just turns the face of the bat a little too early. That's what resulted in the leading edge. The ball certainly went quite a long way up in the air, but just fell short. There was no one inside the 30-yard circle. Yes, there was extra cover in position, but the ball landed safely and there was no harm done whatsoever. But Rajesh Kanur will have to be more watchful. Chips it in the air. Mid on. There's no mid on in place. Long on was deep. It will be a single. A big swing across the line on that occasion, but to no avail. Wasim Iqbal looking to break free from the shackles. Maybe it's not the right time for him to do that. You don't want to lose another wicket. Yes, he's struggled a little bit. 9 of 12. He's not been able to get that momentum. Something which he's hoping for. Last ball of the 9th. Nicely played. Down the ground towards long on. And he'll keep it down to just a single. End of the over. It's 56 for 2. Let me remind everyone, Edges and Corners are the proud sponsors of this series. They've organized this series, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group, and this series has been hosted with the help of Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. We'd also like to thank our official streaming platform SSEN for bringing you all the live coverage. Now back to reality once again. We are almost approaching the halfway stage of the run chase. And you can clearly see the game is even Stevens. Both teams are giving it their all. 56 for 2 scoring rate, just above 6, just a shade above 6. And Sri Lanka have not allowed the home side to get off to a flyer. We are seeing a very evenly poised contest between the bat and the ball, and I think we'll see another bowling change. This time I guess it's the captain Dulan who's got the ball in his hand. He perished very early yesterday with the bat He was out first ball, but he bowled pretty well. But now he needs to step up. Look at his figures, best figures of 4 for 7, average just a shade above 20. So he's no muck with the ball, that's for sure. He can really trouble the batsman if he gets into his zone. Chips it in the air. Has he got the elevation? On the bounce to the fielder at long off. Oh, he tried to do something innovative there, but Dulan completely outsmarted Rajesh Kanur there. We saw him shuffling across and immediately altered his line, balls it really wide, and Rajesh Kanur was not able to get any bat on that one. Good thinking from the bowler there. That's just too wide, really. Left alone by Rajesh Kanur, and it's a wide. Short and wide once again. Will that be a wide? It's been deemed a legal delivery from the umpire. Mind you, he was very, very close to the wide guideline there. Cut away, outside edge, flies towards deep third. Couple of bounces and into the hands of the fielder. A tentative shot. There was an element of risk involved, but there was no one inside the infield. So he played that quite safely in the end. Clipped away on the leg side through mid-wicket, through vacant mid-wicket region. But single it will be. Score moves on to 60. One ball to go before the halfway stage. Plays it very late, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. Quick single there. Oh, I think he's sacrificed his wicket. That's an absolute tragedy for the home side. Sharp piece of glove work, sharp piece of brilliance on the field by Sri Lanka. And the third wicket falls in the form of a run out. And that is how the third wicket fell. Total miscommunication in the middle. Yes and no, yes and no. And the non-striker was late to react to that run. And you can clearly see he was comfortably out of his crease, and just at the halfway stage India have been rocked pretty badly. It's 60 for 3 after 10. at the halfway stage. It's even Stevens really. Very little which separates the two sides. Ravindra Sante, the captain, walks out to the middle. And Gunaratne to continue. Nicely balled delivery that was. There was decent amount of flight and turn. It's good to see that Gunaratne is extracting some turn off this pitch. And I was talking about this on air even yesterday. I was quite impressed with the way he's able to get the ball to turn. It's 10 overs old. The ball is 10 overs old. It's still new. The surface not really dry. You don't see a lot of cracks on the pitch. It's not like it's very dry or assisting the spinners, but he's still able to extract the turn. And more importantly, he's able to cleverly vary his pace and his length as well, and that really keeps the batters guessing. And that's what you want to do as a bowler. If you keep doing that consistently enough, uh, if you ensure that the batters are always second guessing you, then that's half the battle won. Oh, what was that? Oh, Ravindra Sante, gotta be careful. That was a nothing shot, really. The ball just drifting in with the arm, and Ravindra Sante getting an inside edge. Could have easily chopped it on to his stumps. That was mighty, mighty close. Slightly quicker in the air. There's an appeal. They're all appealing. And there's plenty happening as well. They've stolen a couple of runs here. A couple of runs in the form of a leg bye. Were given as runs, which is very interesting. We need to take a closer look at the replay. And I think the keeper did not collect the ball cleanly at first. And then he's allowed India to pick up a couple of runs, given as 2 leg byes. So definitely it was off the pad, and Ravindra Sante not yet off the mark in this match. Slogs it away high in the air. That's an explosive shot over cow corner. It's gone a long, long way back. See you later, says Ravindra Sante. And what a way to open your account. A maximum over, wide, long on. And he's absolutely nailed that to perfection. That's right out of the screws. And looks like we've lost the ball. We've lost the match ball. We'll need to arrange a replacement ball, which means we'll have a slight stoppage in play. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors who made this event possible. The series is proudly organized by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. We'd also like to thank our official streaming partner, SSEN, for bringing you all the live coverage. And we've got the ball back. And Sante, as you can see, is getting through his motions now. 8 runs for him in 4 balls. A 6 to get his innings up and running in this fixture. Drag down this time, width on offer. He's absolutely hammered that. And I think it races away to the boundary for a 4. And the dugout is cheering every moment of this contest. The captain is out in the middle and he's doing some damage. It's 75 for 3 after 11. So the captain has the ball in his hand once again, and he will be bowling his second consecutive over. Short and wide cut away, aerial over the infield. Deep cover cuts it off. So Ravindra Sante has hit the ground running. He is firing on all cylinders. Got his innings underway with a massive six over cow corner region, and then he followed it up with a boundary through the offside. And these are some ominous signs that he can do something big today. Can it be his day? Can it be his moment? He'll surely cash in if he gets going. If he stays there for a few more deliveries, he'll surely cash in and score some runs. Turns it away on the leg side, straight to short mid wicket. Short and wide once again. And Rajesh Kanur misses out on that one. An appeal for a stumping as well. But looks like Rajesh Kanur had his back foot behind the line at all times. And that's the replay. And clearly the back foot miles inside the crease. Loopy Yorker on that occasion. Dulan gets a hand to it, and he does not concede a run in that delivery. So he's bowling well, Dulan Priyashanta, with gentle medium pace, effective enough. He can go wide of the crease at times. Another delivery very close to the wide guideline, not given by the on-field umpire. Rajesh Kanur standing tall, and he's carried on from where he has left. Yesterday was his day. He just lit up the center stage with a well compiled 50, and now he's 22 runs away from reaching that landmark. And what a shot that was! I think he's played that really well. There was a lot of skill and class involved in that shot. He played that towards deep fine leg, and he's ended the over on a high. It's a boundary, and the over has come to a close. It's 81 for 3 after 12. Tharindu has the ball in hand, introduced into the attack for the first time. Slightly on the shorter side, Ravindra Sante just flicks that one away towards deep square leg. Gives the strike back to Rajesh Kanur, who's in the mood to attack really. He wants to take on the bowlers and he's doing that in some fashion. 32 for him. He scored the major chunk of the runs for his side. Scoring rate just a shade under 7. So the game hangs in balance. That's a wide. That will help Team India a little bit. India have to get to a decent score. They've got the platform. Rajesh Kanur is out there. He spent quite a lot of time in the middle. Couple of wides for Tharindu. Not the start which he was hoping for. Ravindra Sante at the other end also getting into his work. So there's some momentum with the Indian side. Cut away this time. Slightly aerial. And the fielder at deep cover gets around it. Keeps it down to a couple of runs. Reverse sweep this time. There's an appeal, an optimistic appeal. Rajesh Kanur doing something out of the ordinary and almost threw his wicket away on that occasion. We'll take another look at the replay. Yes, clearly missing the stumps on that occasion. We'll have a look at the replay again. You can clearly see ball going down leg. Slightly on the shorter side, room on offer. Tharindu has been very much on the shorter side. He's balled it pretty wide, away from Ravindra's reach. Looks like Ravindra was not ready and he bailed out on that occasion. Tharindu will have to reball that. Too far wide down the leg side. Wide signal, runs for India. It's racing away to the boundary for a 4. It's 5 wides gifted to Team India. Bonus runs on offer. And India will certainly not mind that. Tharindu proving to be a bit expensive in this over. And that's the partnership for you. 32-run partnership. Tharindu looking to cramp the Indian captain for room. Just fires it down the leg side at decent rate. Ravindra did not get any bat on it. And it's 5 wides down the leg side. 11 runs of this over. Once again getting it 2 straight, but this time there was some pad involved. Ravindra will come back for the second. Will he take the third? He does. This is turning out to be a very profitable over for India. 14 runs already. Not sure whether it was the right move from the Sri Lankan skipper to bring Tharindu on in such a crucial phase of the play. And all of a sudden India have got the momentum back. The scoring rate well above 7 now. Now India getting a bit of a launch pad. With wickets in hand they can go big. And at the moment Rajesh Kanur has gone big and he has deposited that over deep mid wicket for a colossal 6. And that 6 brings up the 100 for Team India. 101 for 3 is the score after the completion of 13 overs. That's a monstrous hit. Look at that. He's absolutely picked the bones out of that one. It sailed high and handsome over the fence for a six. Looks like the ball is back, and we're back with action. So damage has been done in the previous over by Rajesh Kanur. Dulan, the captain, has something to think about. The partnership is building, and it's really threatening now. It's looking very, very threatening. Oh, an inside edge may have been mighty, mighty close to the stumps as well. He's started off well. He started his third over well, 2 consecutive dots. And I think Sri Lanka will need to find ways to build pressure on the home side. The partnership is building, and the pair is accumulating runs at a very decent rate. Ravindra Sante has shown some positive intent with the bat. Rajesh Kanur, as solid as a rock. Hits it high in the air. Has he got the distance? I don't think he has. It lands safely between 2 converging fielders, and just a couple of bounces and into the boundary is a 4. Straight as an arrow. The ball went miles up in the air. I don't think he hit it out of the middle of the bat, but he was able to get the placement right, straight back over the bowler's head. Good effort by the 2 converging fielders there, but to no avail. Ravindra Sante gets another 4. Goes wide of the crease this time. Plays it late. Runs it down to backward point. So India getting some momentum now. And they've got their eyes set on a big score. Rajesh Kanur and Ravindra Sante throwing the punches back at the Lankan bowlers. They're finding it difficult though, Sri Lanka. And they're slightly behind in terms of over rate as well. We're 77 minutes into the first innings. They've only bowled 13.4. By now they should have been 18 overs done. The umpires will have to be mindful of the over rates. Slices it in the air. That's an expansive shot through the offside. And I think it's gone all the way for a maximum. A terrific shot from Rajesh Kanur. He moves on to 47. There was a little bit of room on offer, over pitched, and he got under the ball and he's hit that many a mile out of the park. 47 for him. Could he go on to score 2 back-to-back 50s in this series? It's very much plausible. Last ball of the 14th over. Rajesh Kanur in some form. Now that will be a wide. Gets it just wide of the wide guideline. Gets beaten on that occasion. Ball keeping a little bit low. Dulan somehow manages to get through that over. It's 113 for 3 after 14. A mention of thanks to all our sponsors who made this event possible. The series is organized by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. And a word of thank you also goes to SSEN for bringing us all this live coverage. They are our official streaming platform, and all the coverage that you see in front of your screens is purely because of their hard work. 14 overs done. India are in total control. They've got wickets in hand. Rajesh Kanur and Ravindra Sante have launched an attack on the Sri Lankan spinners and the pacers alike. And that's the prestigious trophy, PD Deepak Lohia trophy. Visru Fernando is back, and he's been quite economical with the ball. And Ravindra Sante has also got a start, and he wants to convert that into a big one. Chips it in the air over the bowler's head. Didn't quite get the elevation, but he still managed to hit that towards the boundary for a 4. Excellent shot. Ravindra Sante going through the gears. He's switching through the gears and he's beginning to take the attack. back to the Sri Lankan bowler, slightly overpitched from Fernando and got the treatment which he deserved. India looking really good, 117 for 3. Top edge this time, just could not get it under control. Had there been a short leg in place, Ravindra Sante would have been in trouble. Top edge this time goes miles up in the air, and the fielder at deep third was circling under it. The ball just fell short of him. That was a very risky shot from Rajesh Kanur. Fortunately for him, the ball didn't go all the way to the fielder. Heaves it away across to the leg side, and it's a boundary. He picks up a 4. That will be his 50. Back-to-back 50s for Rajesh Kanur in this 5-match T20I series, and that's how he got to his 50. Swings that one away on the leg side. Square leg was in position, but the ball just burst through his hands and eventually found the ropes. India marching along nicely. They've got 5 overs to go after this one. 122 on the board. And if they bat all the remaining 5.1 overs, they can even cross 160 as well. That will be a massive score for the visitors. It will be a huge, daunting challenge for them. Now this has gone high up in the air. I don't think he's got any control whatsoever. Fielder circling under it. I think that's the captain Dulan who's got that. And Rajesh Kanur, after getting to his 50, has perished. Just like the earlier game, he got to his 50 and threw his wicket away, and we saw something similar happen right now as well. It's 122 for 4 after 15. And that's the dugout, Indian dugout, very relaxed, very relieved. They've got sufficient runs on the board. They've only lost 4 wickets. But they've got 5 overs to go. Ravindra Sante is well set. Narendra is joined by Narendra Mangore. So Narendra Mangore is on strike now. Very wide on that occasion, but not wide enough. Just inside the wide guideline. Dulan made Narendra reach out for that delivery. Misses out on that occasion. Once again, a little bit of room on offer. This time he gets some bat on it and taps it to deep cover for a couple of runs. And Narendra gets off the mark as well. 125 on the board. Now this is close. He's looking to play across the front pad. Narendra Mangore just manages to survive a scare. Ball possibly drifting down leg. Maybe that's what saved him in the end. But you've got to be careful while attempting those kind of shots, especially when you're in such a good position. This is the highest score by. This is the highest score batting first in this series, 125. Previous best was 123. So India has batted really well. They've made the most of the conditions. The conditions aren't all that bad for the batters. Yes, there's some grass, some moisture, but you can still go after the bowling. Just like that, Ravindra Sante managing to hit the ball in the gaps consistently enough. And that will bring us to the end of the over. It's 128 for 4 after 16. Just a reminder to all our viewers, our sponsors have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this series a huge success. The series is proudly organized by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. At the same time, we also want to thank our streaming platform SSEN for bringing us this live coverage. Now then, back to live action. Ooh, that's a good testing delivery from Udara Indrajit, slightly back of a length, and Narendra Mangore playing inside the line of the ball. Look at the way he played that shot. Look where he was standing. Narendra Mangore covered all three stumps. And the bowler Indrajit doing the right thing, firing it on the pads, but fortunately he was able to get some bat on it, Narendra Mangore. Otherwise it was gonna be stone dead really. The run rate has just slowed down a touch, but the projected score still looking healthy. at 160. 160 is going to be a very challenging score for the team batting second. Slogs it away. That's gone. That has disappeared. That's into the vacant areas outside the ground. Ravindra Sante is putting on a show big time, and he is tearing the Lankan bowling apart. Look at that in the slot. Thank you very much. He swings hard at that one, and he has sent it many miles back. And looks like we may see a replacement ball. Possibly not. We've got the ball back, but that was some shot. That's a shot and a half from the Indian skipper. A little wider as well, and Dulan will have to, correction, the bowler will have to re-bowl that. Once again in the slot, an outside edge on this occasion, straight to deep third. So India inching and inching closer to a very big score here. A bit of an inside edge on that occasion. Drives it down the ground towards mid-on. They're coming back for the second run. Direct hit would have been close, and they'll get another bonus run. Make it 3 runs. A tad bit sloppy from Sri Lanka on the field. India move on to 140 with a delivery to go in the 17th over. That's just too wide. Udara Indrajit has gone for a few runs and he's feeling the pressure. It's clearly evident after that blow. He's not been able to bowl with that composure. I think in his first spell he was brilliant. He was hitting the right areas. He was getting a little bit of assistance as well off the surface. But now things have changed. The captain Sante putting on a show. He's getting some runs for his side. That does not make it to the boundary. Oh, it probably does. Eventually, I think a bit of a misfield, and the ball has touched the ropes. That's all you need. A big finish to the over from the Indian captain. The score moves on to 145 after the completion of 17 overs. So I think it's Gunaratne who's going to be bowling the 18th over. Now he needs a few wickets. He's bowled very well. He's been economical, but his wickets column has gone dry. However, in this match, he has received a little bit of tap. 29 runs in his 3 overs conceded. No wickets taken. Bit of an outside edge there, and he gets that one through past the fielder at backward point, and it's a bye and a 4. So Sri Lanka are leaking some runs at this stage. That should have been stopped, and on that occasion that was a lapse on the field. And these are just easy runs on offer for the home side. They will certainly not mind those. Slightly quicker through the air, pulled high up, but it will land safely. No timing whatsoever from Narendra Mangore, and another misfield by a Lankan fielder gives away another run. So Sri Lanka are leaking some runs, and India are not minding that one bit. 150 is up with that couple. We're still waiting for the updated scores, but it will be updated very soon. Slightly quicker through the air as well, launched high up, but once again does not quite carry to the fielder, falls safely. Fires that one at the stumps. Ravindra Sante having a go at that one, gets an inside edge. There's 2 balls to go in this over. India getting some momentum towards the back end. They really put the foot on the gas, and Sri Lanka have no answers whatsoever at this stage. That's gone high up in the air, and no need to run for that because he has absolutely clubbed it over cow corner for a 6. How many sixes have we seen so far in the Indian innings? Far too many times. This time it's Mangore who's joined the party. And look at the way he quickly latched onto that one, and it has gone many miles back. 159 is the score. This is turning out to be a splendid batting performance from Team India. They've got a couple of overs to go after this delivery. Score already looking very good, touching 160. They can go on to score 180 as well. At one stage it did not look likely. Oh, this time it's been drilled down the ground, just back past the bowler. And that single will take India to 160. 160 for 4 after 18. the rest of the Indian batters to follow. And 2 legal overs left. Not sure if they'll be needed. Akram to bowl the penultimate over of the innings. Lofts it in the air towards long off, and it'll just be a single there. Oh, clean him up. I think it's gone through. Ravinder Sante looking to up the ante towards the back end. Gets cleaned up by a delightful delivery from Akram. I think it's his first wicket of the series as well. Goes through the gate and hits the timber. And the Indian skipper, after playing a promising innings, has to depart. It's 161 for 5. Flicks it in the air towards the leg side, and he's found the gap, and Majid Magre straight away getting into the thick of things, gets a slightly overpitched delivery on the pads and flicks that one away with ease. Look at the way he's eased that one away through the onside. Yes, he's played that in the air, but he's managed to beat the fielder at deep mid wicket. 167 on the board halfway through the 19th over. In fact, it's gone all the way for a 6. Would you believe it? That's an audacious shot from Majid. This time he goes big towards long on. Oh, catch goes down. A tough chance for the fielder in the deep. He got his hands under the ball, but was not able to cling on to it. A useful couple of runs for Team India. Much slower through the air, slogs it away high in the air, and it goes over. It goes over the fielder's head. He lost the visual of the ball, but at the moment you can see Majid Magre dealing in sixes. And I think the fielder was not really far away from the ball. I think he lost the side of it. He could have gone for the catch there. 175 on the board. This is an electrifying batting performance from Team India. 7 legal deliveries left in this innings. Akram has gone for plenty, and this time he nudges it away towards long off. Will keep the strike for the next over. It's 176 for 5. So the exciting series was made possible by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. A special mention of thanks to our streaming partner SSEN for bringing you the live coverage. So Isuru Fernando will ball the last over. Uses his feet straight away, a bit of a bottom edge, and he'll hurry through for a single. So can India get to 190? They've already got more than enough on the board. They couldn't have asked for a better start in this game. Runs on the board always makes you feel very relieved. Yorker and delivery chipped in the air down the ground towards long off. Cut off by the fielder. A couple more for India. Was looking to slog that one away on the leg side, hits it along the carpet. They'll come back for the second run. He'll have to hurry. Direct hit. Well, not quite a direct hit. It was excellent glove work by the keeper. A good throw, but the batter had comfortably grounded his bat. So a wicket has indeed fallen. It was a tight run. The second run was always going to be difficult. I think it was Mangore was running to the danger end, and he was short of his crease by a few inches. The only question was whether the ball was collected cleanly by the keeper before he broke the stumps. The umpire felt certain. Down the leg side. Now, is there a response from the umpire? No response. Oh, it's a wide. Couple of wides. Oh no, he's reversed his decision. It's a legal delivery. Leg by it is. And the batter was very honest on that occasion. He advised the umpire that there was some touch. Good to see such level of honesty up front from the players. Something you don't often see in modern day cricket. Pulled away, got hit high on the bat, a bit of a top edge. Will it make it to the boundary? It does. Excellent placement eventually. In the end, that bouncer had really surprised the batsman, but he got a top edge and he was able to hit that behind square on the leg side. No one at fine leg, and he picks up a boundary. A vital boundary for India. .180 is the score, so they have reached 180 halfway through the 20th over. Short delivery, thumped through extra cover, and it'll be another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for India, and they seem to be on a roll in these dying phases of the first innings. And with that, the innings has come to a close. India have posted a daunting score. We'll wait for the updated score. Apologies for the technical glitches. That's not the updated score, but India have certainly crossed the 185 run mark, and Sri Lanka will have a tall ask ahead of them once they take the field for the second innings. India will be relieved that they've got runs on the board. Now it's down to the bowlers. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for the run chase very shortly. So the run chase is about to begin. Sri Lanka required 190 runs to win the second match of the 5-match T20I series. The players are out in the middle, the umpires are in as well, and we're all set to get underway with the run chase. So 190 is the task, is the ask for Sri Lanka, and Indian batters went all guns blazing. They started off on a very wobbly note, but during the middle overs they just accelerated through. Rajesh, Wasim and Kanur all playing their part, and Manohar also inflicting some damage towards the back end, and Sri Lanka have a lot on their plate. 190 is the ask for them. They need 190, a big target, a stiff target ahead of them to register their first win of the series. Wonder what will be going on in Sri Lanka's mind, what will be going on in the captain's mind. They struggle to get past 130 run mark in the first match. They've bundled out pretty prematurely, and that's Jitendra. Jitendra will be kicking off the proceedings for India with a new ball. Tharindu will be facing the first ball of the run chase, and down at the other end will be Udaya Kumara. We're all set to go, just moments away from kickoff. First ball of the run chase coming up. Jitendra running into ball. A bit of an inside edge and runs straight away for Sri Lanka. Tharindu has managed to hit the ball in the gap. Will be 2 easy runs for Sri Lanka, and they are up and running in this run chase. 2 runs on the board. Chips it in the air, down the ground, couple of bounces and straight to silly mid off. You've got to be careful while playing those airborne shots. Yes, the required run rate on the higher side, but you don't want to throw your wicket away. That ball was almost an opportunity, a chance for India. Slogs it away. Powerful hit, and that has disappeared over cow corner. Tharindu, the pocket dynamite, has produced an extraordinary shot, picking the bones out of that one and smashing it all the way for a maximum, first maximum of the Lankan innings inside the first over. That was a mighty hit from the pocket dynamite. And they all say small things come in, big things come in small packages, and that's exactly the man for you, Tharindu. Down the leg side, I think he's got a faint feather on it, and he's tickled that fine. And the Sri Lankan scoreboard moving along quite nicely. Not off the bat though, but they managed to get 9 runs in the first over. And they've got 2 legal deliveries left. Oh, play and a miss. Ball just seaming away after pitching. Uday Kumara gets beaten, all ends up. Tharindo at the other end just advising him to play it on the front foot. You'll be better off playing it on the front foot rather than flashing hard at that one on the back foot. Play and a miss. Once again looking to play across the line. 2 consecutive dots to finish off the first over. It's 9 for none after 1. Positive start for the visitors. They've got 9 runs on the board. Tharindo, the pocket dynamite, producing something out of the ordinary in the last over. Now Sadiq has got the ball in hand. He'll be bowling from the other end. Pitched up, slightly fuller. There's an appeal for a caught behind. A delightful delivery to start off with. Sadiq getting it quite full, getting some movement away from the right-handed batter. Almost had Tharindo in fair bit of difficulty there. Slightly on the shorter side. Good variation of length by the bowler. Just trying to catch him by surprise. Tharindo just mistiming his pull shot there. Uses his feet this time. Misses out yet again. Tharindo getting beaten on 3 consecutive occasions. Now on the second instance he did manage to get some bat on it, but he's looked a little bit fidgety in this over. Gives himself some room. Taps it to extra cover. Can't get it through the infield, so 4 consecutive dot balls. Pressure starting to build on Tharindo just a little bit. Sadiq has bowled really well in this over. He's not given anything away, and he's varied his length as well. And on the shorter side this time, Tharindo gets it away towards deep square leg, and he's coming back for the second run, and he gets there eventually with ease. So 2 runs for Tharindu in this over will make him feel a little bit better. This time he gets on top of the bounce, cuts it away, and just over the fielder at deep backward point. For a moment the fielder seemed very interested, played that in the air, but just manages to get enough elevation and deposits it over the ropes. So Tharindu dealing in sixes, his second six of the run chase, and the Sri Lankan dugout enjoying every moment of it. Brings us to the end of the over as well. It's 17 for none after 15. Now runs coming thick and fast for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka in the mood to attack. They don't want to give up without a fight. Yes, they've got a big score ahead of them. Udaya Kumara looking to play across the line, got a leading edge, and that has gone all the way to the boundary for a 4. He's gotten off the mark. He's gotten off the mark. Maybe not in a very convincing fashion, but he'll take that. Runs at the end of the day matters for the visitors. Look at the equation, 169 needed of 107 balls. There's a massive difference between runs and balls. So they've got a mountain to climb, but Sri Lanka on the attack. This time not getting hold of the pull shot. Was another top edge, hits the upper slice of the bat. Slogs it away on the leg side. Has he found the gap? Straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket. Tharindu and Udaya have made their intentions clear. They will accelerate. They will try to switch through their gears early on in the power play. The fielding restrictions are there in place, and they want to make the most of it because not more than 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So there are plenty of opportunities for Sri Lanka to score. And look at the scoring rate. Just halfway through the third over, 23 on the board, scoring at almost 8 runs per over. 9, I should say. 9.2 is the current run rate. Now this is close. I think he's struck on his back leg. He misses out on the pull shot. In fact, he was struck on his back thigh. Height could have been the factor as indicated by the umpire. So they take a run in the form of a leg bye. Oh, awkward bounce. That's an absolute snorter of a delivery from Jitendra. Almost bounced Tharindu on that occasion. Caught him off guard. And signal as one bouncer for the over. One bouncer above shoulder height. So Tharindu is by no means a tall lad. So any back of a length delivery is possibly going to sail over his head or sail past his head. Now he's hit that in the air and taken this time. So Tharindu's short-lived cameo has come to an end. That ball went miles up in the air. There was a fielder at point who was circling under it, and eventually he pouches it safely. Tharindu was getting some momentum, but I'm afraid he has to walk back, and Sri Lanka cope an early blow inside the power play. It's 24 for 1. So Gunaratne walks out to the middle. Once again the ball goes up in the air. 3 fielders getting around it. Sri Lanka looking quite dangerous. Living quite dangerously, I should say. That could have been another opportunity for the Indian side. And India suddenly realized that they can put the squeeze on. They've got a wicket. And there's an age-old saying in cricket, 1 brings 2. 2 can possibly bring 3. So India certainly realized there's an opportunity for them to make further inroads in this run chase. Down the leg side on the pads this time. Don't think he's got any bat on it, but it'll be deemed a legal run, possibly off the pad. Yes, leg by signaled. Was there an edge? They're all appealing. There's certainly a little bit of a deviation as the ball went past the bat. The umpire unmoved and the Indian team in disbelief. It'll be interesting to see the replay. There's certainly a deviation which I could see clearly. Now then. Yes, just a tiny bit of deflection. And the keeper was already celebrating, but much to his demise, much to his disappointment rather, the appeal was turned down. Now another play and a miss this time. So Sadiq getting some deviation off the surface, is bowling at decent pace as well, and that wicket has just slowed down the Sri Lankan momentum a little bit. Uses his feet once again and he misses out. The keeper does not collect the ball cleanly either. And bonus runs on offer for Sri Lanka in the form of 4 byes. Doesn't matter how the runs come, as long as they come, it's the runs that matter. Score moves on to 30. 4 byes signaled by the umpire. I think the lack of bounce deceived not only the batsman but also the keeper behind the stumps, going through his legs on that occasion. Plays it very late and straight to the fielder at point. And that'll be the end of the over. 31 for 1 after 4. Four overs into the run chase, 31 on the board. A lovely delivery once again. Jitendra continuing his good form with the ball, hitting the right areas, getting a lot of bounce off the surface. And a quick note of thanks to our sponsors, Edges and Corners, have organized this series, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. We would also like to thank our streaming platform, SSEN, for doing a remarkable job in getting this coverage up and running. So kudos to the team. Now there's an appeal. They are appealing. The finger has been raised. Jitendra gets another wicket. This time getting it two straight and catching Uday Kumara plumb in front of the stumps. Here's a look at the dismissal. Full and straight. Ball nipping back in. And he was certainly caught in his crease. And the umpire had no hesitation in lifting his finger up. He would have been run out as well had that appeal been turned down. And 2 wickets down for Sri Lanka. It's 31 for 2. So 2 wickets lost for Sri Lanka inside the power play. They were getting a lot of momentum. They started off briskly, but Jitendra has done some damage. Ball coming back in very late. A bit of an inside edge. Menura, the new man in, is off the mark straight away. Right on the money on that occasion, full and straight, and that is why he has been so successful. Jitendra, he's kept it fairly straight at the stumps. He's got steep bounce. The pace has been good. Direction has been quite accurate enough. It's caused all sorts of problems for the visitors. Nicely driven, slightly aerial, and he's found the gap just wide of the fielder at point, and that ball races away to the boundary at lightning pace. He struck it so beautifully square of the wicket, and Gayan Gunaratne opens his account with a 4. Terrific shot on the front foot, square of the wicket, possibly plays it with an angle bat. On the pads, clipped away, and he's got that fine past the fielder at short fine leg. Back-to-back boundaries for Gayan Gunaratne. He seems to be on a roll, and he has ended the over on a high for Sri Lanka. And that wicket has not really done a lot of damage to Sri Lanka, I would say. They have quickly raised to 40. End of the over, it's 40 for 2 after 5. So the Captain Ravindra, the Indian Captain Ravindra has the ball in his hand. He's got some runs under his belt. He played a very fine cameo, scored 39, and he was castled by a very good delivery ball by Akram in the penultimate over, if my memory serves me correctly. So his confidence is up. He's got some runs under his belt in the first innings. Now it's his opportunity to shine with the ball in the second half. Misses out on the flick shot. The ball hurrying through off the surface. Slight change in the field. And third man has been removed, and third man comes in place of mid-wicket. Clips it away on the leg side for a single. Blocks that one out. A dot delivery. But Sri Lanka will need to keep an eye on their asking rate, which has gone above 10 for the first time in this run chase. Scoring rate pretty mellow at this stage, 7.24. But they need a push. They need either of the two batters to play the role of an aggressor. him up. Gone through his defenses. Gayan Gunaratne looking to play across the line. Has been cleaned up by Ravindra Sante, who bowls it slightly quicker, the ball keeping a tad bit low, and the ball crashes onto the stumps. India continue to take wickets at this stage, and they've picked up 3 wickets inside the power play. It's 41 for 3. Shone Peshala walks out to the middle. Sri Lanka in a spot of bother. They've lost 3 wickets inside the power play. Plays it off the back foot, keeps that one out. A successful over for Ravindra and for his side. And after the completion of the power play, Sri Lanka find themselves reeling at 41 for 3. The second fixture of the PD Deepak Lohia Memorial T20I series. India once again well on top, looking good for their second win on the bounce in this series. It'll be a huge boost if they go on to win this. If they go on to win this fixture, they'll be 2-0 up, and they'll require only one win to seal the series. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, will be rocked to their core big time. Top edge this time, high in the air and just beyond the bowler's reach. There was no timing whatsoever. The ball went a long way up in the air, did not get the distance, and fortune favouring the batsman on that occasion. Falls in no man's land. They take a single, but it's not a convincing one by any means. Works it away through mid-wicket. comfortable single for Menura. Wrapped on the pads, but clearly missing leg stump on that occasion. Angle would have taken it down leg by some distance. But a very good delivery. Little bit of inward movement, but the line has to just be a little wider. Slogs it away, but not entirely out of the middle of the bat. Rolls it along the carpet, and direct hit at the bowler's end would have been interesting. Sean Peshala would have struggled to get to his end. Slightly overpitched and pushed straight to cover. Gets a single there. End of the over. It's 46 for 3 after 7. So first signs of spin in this run chase. Adil, the left arm Chinaman bowler, comes into the attack. He'll be bowling the 8th over of the run chase. He was a little wavered in the first T20I fixture. He was on the shorter side, bowled a lot of drag downs, and he was punished. Once again, starting off with a back of a length delivery, thumped away towards wide long on. Nicely bowled. Sean Peshala was beaten. All ends up by that delivery. Defended on the front foot. Just nudges it to short extra cover. He'll take a single, and at the moment singles and doubles are not going to hurt the home side, because the run rate, the required run rate, is creeping up now. 142 is the ask in 12 and a half overs. So clearly it's getting out of hand for the visitors. Now he's hit that high in the air towards the leg side, but does not get the power which he was hoping for. Will just be a single. clipped away on the leg side through square leg region. And are they going to come back for the second? No, they decide against it. And there was a backup at the striker's end as well, so it will just be a single. And with that, the 50 is up for Sri Lanka. That has come at some cost. They lost 3 wickets by now. Last ball of the 8th over. Low full toss, that's been hammered high in the air. Has he got the distance? No, taken by the fielder. I think it's Majid who pouches it safely, and wickets keep tumbling for Sri Lanka, and they're losing their momentum, they're losing their way in this run chase. That was a freebie really from Adil, and all Menura was able to do was find the fielder at long off, and it's 50 for 4 after 8. Sri Lanka in deep trouble. While the players take a breather, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. This series was made possible by Edges and Corners, co-sponsored by Gopalan Group and hosted proudly by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. At the same time, a word of thanks also goes to SSEN, our streaming platform, for getting this live coverage up and running. Now back to the field. 50 for 4 after 8. Sri Lanka started off well. They were cruising along nicely. The two openers were racing out of the blocks, and then a procession of wickets. They've lost 4 wickets in no time, and the bowling has been quite good. Adil getting a wicket off a very poor delivery, but when the required run rate is on the higher side, you expect the batting side to take chances, and that can in turn result in a poor shot, which can obviously result in a wicket for the bowling side. And that is why we see India on top at this stage. We are approaching the halfway stage of the run chase, and required run rate soaring through the roof for the visitors. Akash Patil into the attack for the first time in this run chase. Nicely tossed up, goes inside out, hits it in the air over the infield, and that's a welcome boundary for Shone and for Sri Lanka. Plays that shot with a lot of precision. Let's have a look at the shot. A little bit of room on offer, slightly over pitched, and that's exactly the type of delivery he was looking for. And he's played that shot with ease. Nice extension of his arms as well, and also got it out of the middle of the bat as well. That's what they need more of. Now he drops his length shot, punches it off the back foot through vacant point region. But there's a fielder in the deep. He cuts that one off. Cuts it away, but can't pierce the infield there. At the moment, Indian bowlers will be more than happy to sort of go through the motions. They need another wicket or two to completely expose Sri Lanka's underperforming middle order. Inside edge on that occasion, drags it away towards wide long on. Cut away this time off the back foot. Through point. And another single added to Sri Lanka's team total. In fact, it's a couple of runs given. Couple of runs. They have taken a couple then. So that's brilliant running between the wickets. 8 runs so far in this over. Goes inside out, chips it in the air, over extra cover. It's into the gap, runs for Sean. Will he come back for the second run? He does eventually. And 9 overs are done. Sri Lanka are 60 for 4. So Sri Lanka under enormous pressure. 130 needed in the remaining 11 overs. They've lost 4 wickets and required run rate almost touching 12. They need something out of the ordinary to turn the tide in their favour. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Adil comes into the attack once again. Slightly over pitch, driven straight to deep extra cover. Cut away this time, just wide of the fielder at point. And they've taken a run. So Dulshan Priyashanta has a runner to assist him while running between the wickets. Guides it to backward point on that occasion. Can't get it past the infield there. Another dot ball in this Lankan innings. Cut away, sliced in the air over backward point, but there is protection in the deep. A good looking shot only earns him a single. Goes on the back foot, plays it straight back to the bowler on that occasion. Runs hard to come by for Sri Lanka, really. Their progress in the run chase has really stalled. And at the moment, Sean and Dulan are finding it difficult to score freely. Another dot ball. And we've reached the halfway stage of the run chase. It's 63 for 4 after 10. So we are back after a short drinks interval. It's getting a little hotter here in Bangalore. It's exactly 12 o'clock Indian Standard Time. In fact, it's just 2 minutes past 12, and it only gets hotter from here on. So players are feeling the heat, and I think it's Sri Lanka who are at the receiving end, and they are feeling the most amount of pressure at this stage. Play and a miss on that occasion. Akash Patil drifting it wide of Dulan's reach. Cut away this time, but well stopped, brilliantly stopped by the fielder at short extra cover. Not sure whether there was an opportunity for India to take another wicket, but certainly that is the level of brilliance you need on the field. Legal delivery. Dulan does not agree with the umpire's call there. He allows that one to go through, thinking that will be a wide. But I think they'll have to take their chances. Dulan will have to be a little bit aggressive in his approach, and he's got to start playing some shots. At the moment, the progress is very, very slow, and there's simply not enough momentum in the Sri Lankan innings, and the scoring rate is slowing down quite rapidly with every passing over. Chips it in the air. Great sound of the bat though, but long off, cuts it off. Swept away on the pass this time. Has he found the gap? He does. A rare bat ball from Akash Patil, and that good over has been ruined by that boundary. The captain just helping it along its way, and a boundary to finish the 11th. It's 69 for 4 after 11. Good use of the feet. Low full toss, hits it high in the air and just wide of the fielder at long on. So Sean Peshala showing some intent now. He probably realizes that the time is running out and they don't have enough deliveries to play with. Why not take your chances? And that's exactly what he has done there. Gets a low full toss from Adil, intercepts it on the full and hits it over his head. So Adil has something to think about. Boundary first ball of his third over. This time he pulls his length back, slightly wider as well, cut away to deep point for a single. Oh, this is very, very close. Looks very close. There was an appeal, but the umpire didn't seem very interested. But in my opinion, I think the batsman got himself into a lot of trouble there. Got himself into a very awkward position, looking to play around his front pad. There may have been some bounce on that occasion. I think that is the only thing which could have possibly saved him in the end. Nicely pitched up, pushed straight to extra cover on that occasion. Goes down the ground, chips it in the air, long on, interested, couple of bounces and straight into his hands. Slightly aerial shot, a risky shot, but they've got to take their chances now. Time is running out, the game slipping through their fingers. 8 overs to go after this one, and they have more than 100 runs to chase. 114 is what they need in the remaining 49 balls. Required run rate climbing through the roof, and I get a feeling this run chase is possibly beyond repair. Now this is a big hit. This will lift them up ever so slightly. Dulan producing a big shot on the leg side and ends the over on a positive note for his side. Look at that, slogs it away high and handsome over cow corner, and the ball kept sailing over the ropes for a maximum. It's 82 for 4 after 12. Low full toss, wide outside off stump, and he has dragged that one away down the ground towards long on for a single. Akash Patil wicketless so far, has been touch expensive as well. Slightly quicker, a little shorter as well. No response from the umpire. Dulan misses out on the cut. Slogs it away, high in the air. That's gone miles up in the air, but it falls well short of the two converging fielders in the deep, and they have taken 2 quick runs there. Punched off the back foot towards extra cover. Shy at the stumps. And the finger has been raised. That's a calamity really for the visitors. Half the Lankan side back in the hut. And a brilliant piece of fielding effort from Team India inside the inner ring. Dulan struck that straight to the fielder at short extra cover. They almost started running, and bullseye. That's a rapid throw at the stumps. Hits it on the full, and I think it's Dulan who has to walk back, the captain, offering a little bit of resistance, but it was simply not enough. And it's 85 for 5 after 12.4. So Sri Lanka getting yet another jolt in the form of a run out. They lost their skipper, and I get a feeling that could possibly decide the fate of the game in the favor of the home side. 105 more runs needed for victory. They're running out of deliveries, they're running out of time. The visitors, what can they do? Isru Fernando, who bowled exceptionally well with the new ball, has got some work to do with the bat. Opens the face of the bat, guides it to short third. They have stolen a run, and Isuru Fernando immediately gets off the mark as soon as he arrives. That should be a wide, and Akash Patel will have to reball that. This over has been a much better over for him. Run flow has been down in this over, just 5 runs in 5 balls, and there was a run out as well. Ends the over with a dot ball. It's 87 for 5 after 13. This fixture is turning out to be an exciting one. Majid Magari, the player of the match from the previous game, has been introduced into the attack, and he's been greeted with a boundary, but I don't think he should be faced by that, because that ball was hit in the air. Could have been an opportunity for Team India on the field, slightly on the shorter side. Steep bounce on that occasion, and Shon Peshla gets on top of the bounce and scoops it over, just over extra cover. And let me remind all our viewers, this series has been made possible by Edges and Corners. Sponsors have worked tremendously well to make this event a huge reality. Gopalan Group has also co-sponsored this series, and it's been organized in collaboration with Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. A special mention of thanks to SSEN, our streaming platform, for getting this coverage up and running. Opens the face of the bat, guides it to cover a misfield, and straight to the fielder at deep cover. They come back for the second run. Nicely driven. Has he found the gap? No. Brilliant piece of fielding by short extra cover fielder. But I get a feeling they've stolen a run here. Score moves on to 95. So they've knocked off 50% of the runs in this run chase, but at a cost. They had to lose half their side to knock off 50% of the runs, and they've got only 6 overs to go after this delivery. So clearly they've lost the plot, and they are staring at yet another defeat. And Sri Lanka at this stage, they need nothing short of a miracle to pull this off, and I don't see that happening. India well and truly in the driver's seat. Majid has gone for a few runs. Oh, and he's picked up a wicket. He's redeemed himself by picking up a wicket in the last ball of his first over, and Sri Lanka receive yet another blow. They've lost their 6th wicket. A delightful delivery, a peach of a delivery from Majid, and he continues his good work from the previous game. The batsman out there playing down the wrong line, and all it had to do was brush the top of the off stump. And that's the dismissal from the side on angle. Completely playing down the wrong line, and it's at the end of the over. 96 for 6 after 14. So Sri Lanka losing their way here, I'm afraid. They've lost this 6th wicket. Shon Peshala is looking steady at the middle, and he's watching the carnage unfold from his end, and at the moment he feels helpless. There's little he can do about it. Indian bowlers tightening the screws. Now that's a shot. Now he's absolutely nailed that. That's been hammered, and that's a cracking shot from the batsman there, and that takes Sri Lanka's score past the 100-run mark. Ravindra Sante greeted with a 6 in his second over. Almost yorked himself on that occasion. Plays it straight back to the bowler for no run. Oh, too close to cut. That ball was coming back with the arm. It does really well to get the bat down just in time, because that was heading towards the off stump. Good use of the feet, turns it away on the leg side through square leg. They're running the first one hard. They're going for the second run as well. Good running between the wickets from the two batters. Drops his length a little short, saw the batsman advancing. Good variation in length from the Indian skipper. Good use of the feet, chips it in the air, but it wasn't really far away from the fielder inside the inner ring. End of the over, it's 106 for 6 after 15. So Majid Margaret to continue. Starts his second over well from over the wicket. What I would want from him is to attack the stumps more often, and I think to a left-hander he's better off bowling from round the wicket, because when he bowls from round the wicket he can get LBW caught behind and bowled into play. From over the wicket, you're just taking leg before dismissal out of the equation. Uses his feet, advances, but does not get hold of it. Hits it straight back to the bowler. Drags it away on the leg side, hits it along the carpet. Mid-wicket cuts it off. Will just be a single. At the moment, singles are not going to hurt Team India. They're more than happy to give away singles. Take as many singles as you can. That's the statement from the Indian skipper. All they're worried about is the big shots and the extras. Extras are always frustrating for any fielding captain. This time thumb down the ground towards long on. They've taken a run. And at the moment, Sri Lanka just dealing in singles, really. Big shots have virtually dried up. There's some changes in the field. Mid wicket drops back just at the 30-yard circle. Oh, an inside edge there. Possibly could have been close. He's lucky, Sean Peshala, that he managed to survive the scare. Now he's on 38, 12 runs away from his half century. Can he be the first Sri Lankan batsman to smash a half century in this T20I series? He could probably do that. Nicely struck over the infield, over extra cover, and he has beautifully timed that in the air and lofts it over extra cover. Easy as you like. Ends the over on a high. And he moves on to 42 with that shot. It's 113 for 6 after 16. So the captain to continue. He's picked up a wicket, and all India now need to know is get through the overs. Good running between the wickets, but I don't think that's going to help Sri Lanka much at this stage. I think Sean Peshala is on 42. If he can get to his 50, then that will be a silver lining for the visitors from this game. Once again, they've got to take some positives from this fixture. I don't think they'll be able to get over the line from this stage because the required run rate now over 20, well above 20, 4 wickets in hand. And I'm afraid this innings is beyond repair. India inching closer and closer to victory. And stumped out by some distance. Tharindu taking his chances. He was never quite close to the pitch of the ball. Ravindra firing it through, and Tharindu was bamboozled, and the 7th wicket falls. Ravindra gets his 2nd wicket, and such has been the day for Sri Lanka. 7 wickets down and make it 8. Suresh comes, Suresh goes. He has to depart for a golden duck. And the Indian captain Ravindra Sante is on a hat trick. Sri Lanka capitulating rapidly here at Kinney Cricket Ground. Let's have a look at the wicket. And this is how the last wicket fell, keeping it very straight, full and straight, possibly pushing it through a little quicker. Excellent bowling from Ravindra, just keeping it sweet and simple, and that is what is doing the trick for him and for his side. It's 115 for 8. Ravindra on a hat trick, and Udara will have to survive the hat trick ball. So hat-trick ball coming up. Can we see the first hat-trick of the series? We almost do. Ravindra trying to replicate the similar delivery, just getting it too straight on the pads. But the thinking is right. He's pushing it through quicker. He's not willing to throw the ball up in the air. He wants to keep the stumps in business and knock the poles over. Almost another wicket in that over. Could have been wicket number 3 for Ravindra in this over. But excellent stuff from the Indian captain. It's 115 for 8 after 17. So Majid to continue, and I think they'll be looking to wrap up the proceedings here. Chips it in the air and just falls short. Plays it very late. Guides it past the fielder at backward point, and it will trickle away to the boundary for a 4. A desperate attempt there from the fielder, but he couldn't get there as the ball won the race. Boundary takes Sri Lanka's score to 120. Now another wicket falls, another one bites the dust, and I get a feeling the Sri Lankan innings can come to a close very quickly. And India are a step closer to victory. And then they are a step closer to taking a 2-0 lead. And look at that, on that occasion the Sri Lankan batsman looking to throw the kitchen sink at that one, just didn't get the elevation, didn't get hold of it either. And a simple catch made it look so easy. So last man walks out to bat, Akram, the last line of defense. And he's got Shona Peshala at the other end, who's 7 runs away from half century. Quick single taken. Akram gets off the mark. And now what Sri Lanka are realistically hoping here is that Shona should somehow, should somehow get to his 50. And that'll just be a silver lining for them. Something for them to cheer about. Down the ground, outside edge. And runs for Peshala. Will it race away to the boundary for a 4? Cut off by the fielder at short third. 2 runs for Peshala. And you can clearly hear the Sri Lankan dugout getting really involved. They realize Shon Peshala is nearing his personal milestone. Yes, Sri Lanka will now not be able to get over the line. But if Peshala gets to his 50, that'll give them something to cheer about. Straight to the fielder. And good work there. End of the over. 18 overs done. Sri Lanka are 123 for 9. Works it away, but straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. Oh, clean him up. It's all over. Ravindra Sante, the captain, finishes it off in fine style, and India win. They go on to win the second game of the series. They've gone 2-0 up. A huge victory, a crushing win. And Sri Lanka have been decimated for 123. India win the second fixture of the 5-match T20I series by 66 runs. And they've gone 2-0 up in the series. Celebration time for the home side and plenty to ponder about for the visitors. We'll take a short break here and we'll be back for the post-match presentation ceremony. So stick around with us. We'll be back shortly. Hello. the post-match presentation ceremony very shortly, in under a few minutes. So request you all to gather around the presentation area. The two teams, India and Sri Lanka, to gather around the presentation area for the post-match presentation ceremony. And a quick heads up to the camera crew as well, to be ready as well. Sri Lanka time for the post-match presentation ceremony. Another reminder, please assemble outside. We have the presentation area. Team India and Team Sri Lanka, please get ready for the post-match presentation ceremony. Requesting all the teams and the players to walk out. post-match presentation ceremony of the PD Deepak Lohia Memorial T20I Series. Firstly, I would like to thank the teams and the players for their time, for their participation, and thank you so much for entertaining us. We got to see some quality cricket. Yes, the game may have ended up in a one-sided affair. Winning and losing is a part of the game, but I think both teams gave it their all. We got to see some brilliant performances, especially with the bat from both teams. So, Team India and now a quick note on our who made this event a huge success. The series was sponsored by Gopalan Group and organized by Will Spoke Sports and Entertainment. We also take this opportunity to thank SSEN, our streaming partner, for providing you with this excellent live coverage. Now, talking about the fixture, so the second fixture of the series has ended in a victory for India as they beat Sri Lanka by 66 runs to go 2-0 up in the series. And we'll talk about how the match unfolded. So India were asked to, and India got off to a wobbly start. They lost a wicket early on. Sri Lanka were good with the new ball, but then Kano carried on, and Raj Wasim formed a bit of a partnership in the middle. But Sri Lankan bowlers at the halfway stage, they had some control, but they're losing a little bit of grip possibly towards the end. Kanor once again smashing a half century. It's the second half century of the T20I series, and he proved to be a threat for Sri Lanka. And along with the Indian captain Ravindra, India were able to get to 189. In response, Sri Lanka, the openers got off to a very good start, but then they lost 3 quick wickets inside the power play, and that really disrupted their momentum afterwards. Sean and Dulan tried to fight back, but they were just not able to keep up with the asking rate. The Indian bowlers towards the end tightened the screws, and Sri Lanka unfortunately were dismissed for 123. Now I have two important guests alongside me. Firstly, I've got Abhay Pratap Singh, the Joint Secretary of DCCI, and along with him we've got Lakshan Fernando, Chairman of Sri Lanka Cricket Association for Physically Challenged. Let's give them big. Now it's time to give away the Player of the Match award, and the award goes to none other than the Indian captain Ravindra Sathe. Match-winning performance, 39 with the bat and 4 wickets later in the second innings. A game changer, an absolute game changer. I would request Pratap Singh to please hand over the award, and well done. A remarkable performance from the Indian captain. आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? So आपने ये आपकी टीम की सेकंड जीत इस सीरीज में आपका बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान रहा है बैट और बॉल के साथ. कैसा आप फील कर रहे हो?
योगदान तो सभी का रहा है, क्योंकि पहले पावर प्ले में अच्छे बैटिंग की, राजेश भी अच्छा खेला, और थोड़ी शुरुआत के 10 ओवर में थोड़े हम लोग पीछे थे, लेकिन जो राजेश ने जो बाद में जो यूटिलाइज़ किया, वो उसकी वजह से एक अच्छा स्कोर कर पाए. और बाद में मंगोरे और राजेश, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा फिनिशिंग टच दिया, और हम लोग मतलब अच्छा बड़ा स्कोर कर पाए.
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत ही बड़ा 189 बहुत ही बड़ा था ऑपोजिशन के लिए. आप लोगों ने बहुत ही बड़ा जीत हासिल किया. अभी हम आपसे फिर से बात करेंगे प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद, बट थैंक यू सो मच एंड ऑल द बेस्ट. Now I would like to call upon the captains for a quick chat. I would request Mr. Dulan from Sri Lanka cricket team to have a quick chat with us. Please come forward, Dulan. So Dulan, we'll keep the conversation short. So the second defeat for the series, I think things have gone wrong. The batting or the bowling or fielding or bit of everything. What is it you need to sort of work on as a team?
මුලින් අපි හොඳටම කරා. දෙවෙනි ඕවර්ස් 10 තමයි රන්ස් ටිකක් වැඩි වුණේ. නමුත් කණ්ඩායම හොඳටම ක්‍රීඩා කරා බැටින් එකෙත් එහෙම. ඉතින් යනවා ඒ තරඟවලට හොඳින් මුහුණ දෙන්න.
So what he said is from the first stage they did well, but from the after 11th over they lose the momentum. So there are batsmen from the batsman side and the bowler side that was happened. So he's saying there are 3 more matches, so they are going to give a good competition.
Well, certainly looking forward to it. On the line.
නෑ කිසිම ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් නෑ. මොකද ක්‍රිකට් මගේ කණ්ඩායම හොඳ කණ්ඩායමක්. හොඳ බැටින් ලයින් අප් එකක් තියෙනවා, බෝලින් ලයින් අප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඊටමත් හොඳින් ඉදිරි තරඟාවලියට ඉදිරි තරඟ තුනට මුහුණ දෙන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා.
So he said there's no pressure because he still believe on his team. So he's going to face for next 3 games.
Well, I wish both of you all the best and good luck for your next game on Friday. Please come forward. रविंद्र, आपसे पहले भी बात हुई थी, आपका बहुत ही योगदान रहा है इस जीत में. बहुत ही बड़ी जीत आपने हासिल की है. फर्स्ट गेम थोड़ा सा मतलब नैरो हो गया था, गेम लास्ट ओवर तक गया था. ये बहुत कन्विंसिंगली आपने जीत लिया. तो यहाँ इस पिच में बैटिंग करके आप लोगों को कैसा लगा? 189 आपने खड़ा कर दिया, बहुत ही बड़ा स्कोर. क्या पिच में मतलब बॉलर्स के लिए कुछ था या ये बहुत ही बैटिंग फ्रेंडली था? आपका क्या असेसमेंट है?
पिच तो बॉलर्स के लिए भी बहुत मदद कर रही है, और अगर पिच पे अपन अगर टाइम बिताएंगे तो मतलब बैट्समैन के लिए बहुत इजी होता है. तो वही हमारे बैट्समैन ने आज किया और एक बड़े लक्ष्य तक पहुंच पाए.
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत ही आप लोगों ने अच्छा बैटिंग किया. बॉलिंग भी टुवर्ड्स द एंड काफ़ी अच्छी रही है. तो आपने 2 कंसेक्यूटिव मैचेस जीते, अब एक जीत चाहिए और फिर आप आपका सीरीज़ जो है आपके हाथ में. तो आप लोग एज अ टीम कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं? कॉन्फिडेंट फील कर रहे हैं? बहुत ही एनर्जेटिक कैसा महसूस हो रहा है?
बहुत अच्छी टीम बॉन्डिंग हो रही है. आगे से हम लोग मतलब ये सारे मैचेस जीतना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि हम लोगों को एक ना कि 3-0 से जीते बल्कि एक बड़ी जीत चाहिए. इसके लिए सब लोग जो हमारे बाहर बैठे वो भी उतने भी कैपेबल है, और आने वाले समय में आपको चेंजेस भी दिखेंगे, क्योंकि वो भी बहुत शानदार प्लेयर है. और एक बहुत अच्छी टीम बॉन्डिंग और टीम यूनिटी है और मतलब सब मिल के खेलते हैं तो एक बड़ा मतलब एक उपलब्धि हासिल कर पाते हैं.
जी बिल्कुल, आपने सही बोला. तो लास्ट क्वेश्चन, ये क्या आपके लाइनअप में कोई परिवर्तन दिख सकता है? अभी 3 गेम्स बाकी है, कुछ अलग करना चाहोगे आप?
जी बिल्कुल, क्योंकि हमारे जो सीनियर्स है उनको भी हम लोगों को मौका देना है, और जो हमारे और भी न्यू कमर्स है तो उनको भी थोड़ा हमको मैचेस खिलवाना है. तो सबको थोड़ा मौका मिलना चाहिए, और सब अच्छे करके आए डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में. ऐसे नहीं कि इसके लिए सबको मौका देंगे हम लोग, और एक अच्छा गेम खेलेंगे.
जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एंड बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर एंटरटेनिंग अस. So that's it. It's a wrap from match number 2. Do join us again on Friday for the 3rd T20I fixture. Until then, it's a goodbye from all of us. Thank you so much for your time.